Good morning. Okay. This is why I have a caffeine addiction. I can worry about this later. There is something that I need to do later. So the first half of the stream is probably going to be a little bit shorter than usual, but well, no, not first half. Hang on. This stream is going to be a little bit shorter than usual, but I'm probably going to come back later to finish it up, because I want to finish. I want to finish episode 2 of The Devil before the new year, because I'm not going to be able to do that with the rest of my schedule this week. So I'm going to push myself a little bit for that. But that also means I might be slightly lying. Because I realized having one consistent game that's really good for me to wake up with helps a lot. Especially when it comes to getting in the mood for stream. Hi, computer geek. I wonder what that game could be. I truly wonder what that game can be that I really like so much that I don't mind playing a lot. Okay. Anyway. Anyway. You're sleeping in.
Good morning. It's afternoon. You're doing the same shit. It's
I swear
morning.
I do better on this when I'm actually tired.
I've gotten used to it. Good morning. It's afternoon. You're doing the same shit. It's boring. A lame excuse. I've gotten used to it. I'm so goddamn tired all the time. And I'm lying awake. I'm sleeping into it. Past the morning every day. Oh hey, it's me again. Doing the same shit. Why can't I just do what I say I want to? Do what I tell myself that I want. Why can't I just pay attention? Why can't I just flip that switch? Why can't I
I genuinely feel like I am better at that song first thing in the morning than at any other point in the day. And I just broke my score. I hate it. Warm Me Up on Critical is fucking insane. It's for this song. And that was the full combo. I wake up, and if I play this song, I do it better than I usually do it. Like, I can't. I hate it. I can't stand it. It'll still be about album it is.
Rather cute, aren't you?
Thank you. I'm only a gamer when it's a game that I really like. Anyway, here's Memorized. Oh, I think I set it to sub, but yeah, that Substack article also leans into why I like this version of Beat as my point character. And why Beat with the guitar is her backing character. Trailer shot. With eyes closed? No, but I can do it without the music, which is a challenge and I hate it. The challenge for playing Memorize without the music and for playing proper rhythm but never pressing the same button twice are like the two that I hate the most. I'm not at all surprised that your character choice is very meaningful. At a certain point it becomes a habit that I'm just not breaking. Oh, that was a new score. So they have God damn it. How is that a new score? Number 12. Jesus. Like, I woke up and the two first songs I listened to were, well, three. The first three songs I listened to were Sleeping In, Yeah, 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 and then No Singing. But yeah, having a game that helps you wake up is, like, really nice. Even better if it's a, even better if it has music that you really like. Fingers have a little bumpy about it. Have I gotten position 1? Nope. As long as that Ato avatar exists, I am not getting that. Like, that is just not gonna happen. I can consistently at least get into, like, I can consistently get to, like, top 8 or like top 5 NA in certain songs, but Punchy and Spooky are like my Punchy and Spooky haunt me on every single track that I see them on. Mentally, I think I just pressed the wrong buttons there. Like, for some reason, my brain thought bottom button was the top button. Best I got on one, I think was like, it was either top 8 or top 5. I know I hit top 5 on an A only one, but not global. On the global leaderboards, I think the highest position I had was 48. Like, so we can casually positions on the leaderboard. Listen. You have near perfect scores or something. Not near. Wait, no, they do. Well, not fully. Let me find. That's one that I know that I'm good at. Eating is living is probably my best.
Hey, look, I'm just trying to eat something.
Yeah, I'm number 10.
I ain't a machine that keep running, but we keep
I'm number 10 with a complete perfect combo. There are people above me with a perfect combo. Because you can get perfect combos. Spoopy is like... Spoopy is crap at this game. The main way to actually get better score is to be more accurate on a note-by-note basis, down to, like, milliseconds. Like, you have to be very accurate. That's why me not hitting certain notes or me messing up, like, isn't enough to make me immediately restart. Because even if I do mess up, I can still get better scores. Hi, Morrow. I hope you're having a good morning. Because as long as my accuracy is better, I can at least, like, get good scores. Of course, you're not gonna get, like, the best score unless you're hitting everything, and you're hitting it as accurate as you can. The spell cover and the perfect timing. Yeah. Like, the difference between a perfect and a critical is massive. That's why critical score so much more. But then even then, you have to hit it on the beat, on the note. Like, you're actually, like, you have to be so accurate. I'm doing well. As I'm letting this coffee slowly warm me up. Alright. After this, I want to do dial tone. It's critical to keep possible score, yes. And you have to turn on the modifier for it because it makes notes that are not good or perfect. It makes notes that are not critical or perfect deal damage to you. Like, actually, this is a good example. Like, you have to be accurate. Anything that's like slightly early or slightly late, you take damage for it. And you can recover HP, but you have to be hitting. You actually do recover HP. It took me a sec to realize it. But there were a couple songs where I was in Heartbreak, but I kept playing for long enough that it got me out of Heartbreak. You just have to be very consistent. I'm not sure if it's just slower or it comes back if you only hit crits. But, like, it can come back. It took me a while to notice it. Because it just comes back so slowly. I only noticed when I was in Heartbreak and, like, the words disappeared. I was like, huh, that's weird. I'll do dial tone on crit and you'll probably see it. I can do most of the songs on Unbeatable on critical. There's still a couple that give me like a little bit of issue. I'm not doing cop trauma on that. And I'm working up to bookend to do it. I can get to Quaver's second part. But I really need to iron out a couple spots. I held back a little bit. I got nervous. I'm usually better about mentally counting that. But I want to get really good at doing this. I really like worn out tapes and I want to be able to do that on the crit. Where's dial tone? Okay. Okay. Of course, I can't look at that right now. Thank you for the sub, Moro. I really feel like the emotes. I love the guitar here. Okay, now cool down. Another. I can do it. I can do it on crit consistently. I didn't need a warm-up for that, and I was so close to thinking that I needed it. Huh, okay. Uh... 6 minutes and 19 seconds. I think that's the longest song I could do on crit right now. Oh my god, okay. I love that song. Okay, something to relax with.
There's a nightmare that I got in my brain every night, where I get caught in a dream and it spins me all around.
The ending of that is still messy, but I can at least get there consistently.
And I drown. I've seen signs skewed inside futures we see. I'm too wise to forget you, forget me, but you don't know that you will. Not your fault, nobody's still gonna happen to me. I can't breathe.
like 20k off of my best score, whatever. Okay. I hate this chart so much. I hate Cop Trauma so much. This one's actually really fun. I hate the chart for it. It is so mean. I'll play it after this so I can show you. I hate it. Yeah. The only track where you do get the punch. Well, there's one other. Or at least one other that I found, but that's tied to difficulty. I'll show you the unbeatable chart for that, because that's just like mean. I hate it. And sometimes I get thrown off by that. Damn. Either way, where is it? I want to show you. Because I hate this track. I hate this chart. I'll correct that. I hate this chart. It's so mean, the way that it keeps switching back and forth, left and right on you. Like, I fought so hard to get that to finally get it to an A rank. That's one of the few songs that are still like an A rank on Unbeatable for me.
gonna change you.
Too much in my
As a light,
Alright, I know what I want to do. I want to get a lot better at this one, at least. This song really warmed up on me. I thought that was a double tap there. I like that song a lot, but there's still a couple of spots where I can't do it as well as I want to just yet. Or at least to a point where I would feel comfortable playing it on uncritical.
as a light through the door, bringing truth on the space, feel the heat.
I've also grown to really, really, really like Afterburn.
Nah, can't be a whole project, nah. Can't see the whole object, only reflections of the intentions of the suggestions. Tones we lost it, but I'm gonna make you feel it. I'm gonna crack the ceiling. Next to thesis that we've gonna learn from the process. Surviving the churn of a being deflected from heaven. I'm falling down to earth. Nothing left in me but a memory, afterburn.
Right now, you're trying to make me cry. Right now, I need you to let me down. Finally, no wonder you've been lying to me. Right now, I need you to let me down. But you just let me go. As the light through the door framing truth on the space, I feel the heat from your forehead catching in my face. Your eyes glimpse mine for just a second time, but the thing you remember has been replaced. She's touching and tender, but it's not the same. When your eyes glimpse mine.
I really like Afterburn. Alright. Jamie Page is mid.
I'm marked upon an unlit sky. The fire reflected in your eyesight. Can't even fathom how it's been so long. Without a wishing could have been so wrong. The calluses have all gone soft. Suppose I never thought that often. But there's a bullet kept inside my side. In case you ever think to come and own it. Don't waste my time on a lie if you want to try me. Come and surprise me. Why swing for the light? I'm like a bunny in the sky. That beat a little bruised reminder. Was a time I couldn't take that smile. And extended so I can stay so low. The scars upon my hands lay bare. If only you could fight so fair. Could have had another bring me down. Now I won't stop until you spit your teeth out. Don't waste my time. Just put up a fight. Just waste my time for I like in spending my days alone. Take me, fingers clenched and fist begging.
If I look over at chat and I see that message is Rocket Alina, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad. God damn it. One miss. Whatever. I like that song a very normal amount. Same for binary reasoning. Good baby pages mid as fuck. Totally don't listen to the new Don't listen to the new Flavorfully song. It's not good at all. Of course it's not good. Not like I had 3 tabs of it open last night for some reason. I like that song. Okay. I want to do like 2 more. Like actually 2 more, because I know that there's, because I know that the I'm debating. Okay. 3. Good afternoon. I am doing well. Now that I finally did that. Oh, and that was a new score too. You're gonna notice the trend between like the next two that I do, where I really like the really fast movements. I really like having to press really fast. It's nice. I really like that song. I really like that build up. Let's chance of going into mining. Good morning, Effie. Yeah, speed control is a really... It is hard, but with proper practice and proper rhythm, you can work up to it. You just have to be relaxed and make sure you're sitting up straight. I'm also getting a lot closer to doing this on critical, but there's like a few spots where I still struggle. Welcome back. There's still just a few spots in this that I really struggle. But if I can nail those down, I can do this on crit. I'm getting close. That's what the song really is. That's the full song. Like, that's also... I'm also playing on Unbeatable. So, like, you're more than able to play on a... More than able to play on Expert or at the, and at whatever beat map that you want. Okay.
Come on.
How do I jam the fingers with the keys? Dexterity. You build up dexterity. Like, no. I think I said it, like, last night. No, making sure that you stretch your fingers and, like, actually make sure that you gotta... Make sure that you do not get arthritis. Like, that is a very important thing if you want to keep playing. And you want to make sure that you don't get, messed up. Doing this during a beat, I've made it all the way to what feels like the end. I'm not backing down now. Good. That persistent mentality is important. still throws me off.
Maybe.
I'm trying to think. I also really like this song. I'll do this, the one more final, and then move over to Tale of the Devil. For some reason, I just did not register the follow-up beat there. Feels slightly worse. And that was a new score, whatever. Every time that I feel like it's slightly worse. 39. God damn it, jeez. I'm like super happy I can do this on critical.
Using proper.
I think I'll break pattern and do it this time again. I'm so happy I can do this on critical. and fat fingering. One, two, three, four. I messed up right at the end. I got psyched out because of the double notes. I got psyched out because of the two double notes at the top. Hi, Bray Bray. I can do better anyway. Thank you. One, two, three, four. Doing that is actually important for my warm-ups, for my finger warm-ups. I'd say before I miss a very important part. There we go. There's some parts where I still trip up too much, also new high score. There are some parts where I still trip up too much, but I can consistently finish this on critical. That's the big note here. Other people are climbing. Because now I'm 59. I'm 59 NA, 96 global. But I'm climbing. Or at least I was climbing, and at least I can actively climb, I'll say. Okay. Let me go to BRB while I open up the devil. Alright. You can really tell the difference between the tracks where I put in a lot of time, or the ones where I have put in a lot of time, and the ones I have not. As well as the ones that I'm close to playing on critical. Because those ones feel really, really, really good to play, but I need to work on just like a few of those tricky parts. It's like when I was playing music, or like when I was in band and I was playing percussion. That's why those mash notes are genuinely really good for me. I have no way of saying this without saying like this. Like, no, they really help me limber up my fingers. Like, they tend to be in spots right before you have to start moving really fast. So, like, I'm using that as kind of like a buffer. Please tell me I set it up. I didn't. Oh well. I might have been a little bit late with the blue sky post. Regardless. That's why for some of them... Because there's some... Okay, there's like 3 types for the mash notes. One I'll say is a warm-up, which is used before like really high intensity parts. There's the ones that are like quote-unquote filler, or also just for sound. And then there's the catharsis. The ones where you just mash on it entirely to like, no, you just got out of a really stressful part, and that's where you get to just let out all the nerves. It's like drumming, or at least how I did drumming. All right. So I'm gonna run ads real quick, because I want to go for. I'm only gonna have about like, I want to say about 2 hours to get through this, or at least to get through parts of this, because I have something to do a little bit later. But I'm gonna come back later tonight, and then I'm gonna try and finish this chapter. But yeah, I will be right back, because I did not take that break last time. Okay. Oh, I almost knocked over my coffee. Alright. Alright. I kind of hate that I've been slow on getting back to this. But I also saw that they did a couple of patches, or at least a couple of hot fixes. I didn't even register when that redeem for the glasses came through. I think it was in the middle of a song. I was genuinely too locked in, and I couldn't focus, and I didn't see it. Oh, that was you, Alina, 2 hours ago. Damn. I did not see that. I did not register that at all. Alright. There we go. And I'm playing on High Ruler. So I actually need to read. Welcome back. I have to get you to play Persona 3. I don't even know, no, because it's not gonna have the exact same voice line. But like, every time I hear that, every time I see that, or every time that I say that, I'm mimicking the exact way Fuka does it in P3. Just because it stuck with me for so long. It stuck with me so long. Everybody else picked up, I've been waiting for this. Or Hamburger because of Mitsuru. But like, I, for some reason, internalized welcome back from Fuka. Maybe that's also why I like say. Damn, I should have got water too. No, I have some next to me. This'll work. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? Ugh, she is. Play Persona 3 this month. January is a good month to play it. January and March are a good month to play it. She is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearingly forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Had to make sure that also the tags are alright. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. Oh, she doesn't have her jacket on. This is the place with an android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny, what's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her basic installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, it's nothing cheap. There's nothing cheap about Sarah. Oh, they give you these profiles, like, as a reminder. Occupation paralegal. Apprentice kintsugi, and it changes over time. That's so nice. Like split field diopter, Wing Chun, folding clothes. That's a list. Dislike mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talent. It can do a full split, but it's not useless. Favorite quote. As you think, so you shall become. Confession. I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. Aw, She's trying. She is also... No, wrong. Where are you? She is heavy. She's almost 200 kilograms. Jesus. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. When she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. Keep it up. I don't have to do you... I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know? Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming, bespoke establishment like Bar Kensuke. I think I hear them pounding at the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is a lot of androids spending a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during the downtime. Ideally, to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's stats settled down, I came to realize exactly how short-changed I was in our paralegal department. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. So you're doing this to get her away from you. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting his bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, loan, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in, clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked. 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. If she walks like a person, talks like a person, and works like a person. The Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. Jesus. Unanimous. Yeah, well. Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Damn. Yeah. No, Daimoni's right. Yeah, no. Sometimes the Supreme Court says somebody is 3/5 of a person, but that doesn't mean that they're not a person. Do I hear a touche? Sarah, tell boss what you were spending your salary on. Tell boss what you spend your salary on. Banii. He's tall, damn. Owner-operator Kensugi. Likes libraries, boating, fast learners. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things. Collects antique coins. Pet peeve. Web pages that take too long to load. Don't mention speed at which Kensugi sites load. I started purchasing cases of wine. Why? What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Oh, you're trading it like stock. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in a traditional sense. But if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews, oh, she is treating it like a savings account. So you resell the wine at a profit. What do you do with that money? I love her. Stop it, you're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. Huh? What? What for? Practice. You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, this place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse. Close to the courthouse, though. Don't. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all this stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. What are you buying, stranger? They're so... I was thinking about this before even starting. As like a follow-up. I was thinking about this as like a follow-up because I was talking to a friend about it, I think last night. But like, Sarah and Morgan are two halves of the same coin. Because so much of what they learned and how to socialize is through television and media. But like the influences for Sarah are so different from the influences for Morgan, but they're equally as dorky. Like they're both dorks. And I can't say loser, but like it's charming. Because it also gives the writer just an excuse to throw in whatever is fun to them. What was that? Boss has been teaching me his barside manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Ooh. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on you. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel named a new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the 10th time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when the patent was leaked to the global net. Now, Proteca, an investment firm and a longtime financial broker of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging that not only did Dr. Sirius fail in their responsibilities to protect their investment, also Dr. Sirius, they them pronouns, and the news is respecting that. Shocking. But actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegations and to questions about them during their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plunged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from the number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. Yeah. Hey. The Hindenburg also was flying because of hydrogen too. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? HE2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that, improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. That's essentially what Protecta has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with that. I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and surmise Protecta's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You'll never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it over a long enough timescale trend to zero. Damn! I don't think I'm being cynical when I say that there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. That's such bullshit. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Laughs. No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So, why is it that you're so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in sciences? Wow. Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Ooh, science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. And so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that, because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics, and not the failings of the scientific community. Log into your Review Plus account with your passkey or net provider to finish reading this article and see much more. Damn. Yeah, no, there's frequent paywalls in here. But no, that's really good. Energy is limitless, it cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough timescale, trend to zero. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it, and so science is inherently egalitarian. That's such an interesting worldview. For a pop site figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. I guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny it, they seem to be making progress with new kinds of...
Come on.
It's technically both. Well, no, it's not renewable. You burn it, but, like, it's reproducible.
Come on.
New helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustible engines, ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Hi, coffee.
Come on.
Battery-powered plane can't generate. There is no fossil fuels left. If the absolute grounding field and static spark of love, the whole Android. It's not renewable because there's still... because it can combust. It just generates the same amount of force. Energy is limitless, it cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly on it. Yeah. Because it's just energy, it's not necessarily fuel, but they're using it as fuel. But you're not repackaging the energy, it's still spent. It's still spent, but it's limitless. So it's still fuel. It can't be the catch. So far its expenses to distill, and the catalyst material is even more expensive to produce. Yeah, so it's a replacement for a fuel source. It is just an infinite fuel source, which is separate than a renewable energy. Because it's also something that they have to make. The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough, unlike hydrogen fuels. It's a fuel source that you can reproduce, with effectively limitless possibility. With a limitless upper ceiling because it is infinite, because energy is limitless. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. And I got it right! Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back. Perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea in my head, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Honestly, I also really love that segment. I love that whenever you're able to just check out... Ooh. I love whenever you're able to check out articles and, like, the game genuinely quizzes you, hey, what did that say? Because on the surface, that sounds like a renewable energy. Like, it's something that they can reproduce and they can keep remaking it. But that's not what a renewable energy is. It's a reproducible fuel source. Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded. Or already filled to the brim with server farms. Basically, it all comes down to this game rewarding you for being able to read. Here's your certificate of media literacy. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Cat. It's a lucky cat. You fucking dork. Mia. Did you say something, Adonai? You can't let your guard down around her. No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say, what do you mean, Neko unlocked? Is that on my phone? I'm not clicking on a Neko morgue. I'm not clicking on a Neko morgue. What do you mean, Neko unlocked? I'm so... now I'm like deathly curious. Data pads, automated attendance. Alright. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambience, soft lighting. Warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Autocorrector and me saying any day now. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. No, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. And then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? What do you mean? Your information was accurate, for the most part. A pot of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seemed like they were told to sit on it. You? No. Interesting. Were they willing to sell? No. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled mag, and kicked my butt out the door. You don't know. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? The tables. On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lofty. Lo-fi. Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss. But Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and... If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? That story's not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship. Sarah. I pay Reinhardt a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Technically. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous masked ball, cult-like blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours, without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? So she leaves without her phone. Irashai. Or is it more firm? Irashai. Two firm-looking men, finely dressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Suit noir. Shade slick. More emphasis on the raw. Ah, thank you. I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Daimani. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property law within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you. If you owe us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Wow. That name ring any bells, Mr. Daimani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure... Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. She had her AirPods in. I'm A. Morgan Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card. Somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing you needed to know. Business day is over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then? You think you're funny? Compared to you. Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Ikaria. Ikaria. Oh, that's not good. I'm familiar. You are? I've seen their name in the papers. Not also, you get bonus points whenever you read an article and it actually becomes relevant. Plastering the name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in this city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry, but I asked about the nature of this engagement. The situation is developing, Mr. Daimani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or... The Ikaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such gentlemen. Knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Boss? Who were those men, really? Your clients from Morgan, really. Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully. Because if House Akaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt in the liquor. Waters the whole thing down. Yes. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in good vodka? Smoothness. I've been able to watch the first. You talking about House MD? Correct. And some markup quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is? Historically, the ruling class, as enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. We're just screwed up. Juice of a full line. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility, old money, is another word for it, and the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you can incur in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, and shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money, nuevo riche, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. I've been able to watch the first spot, how to intro that intro. It was fun. It was very, 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 very fun getting through that intro. Now, new money and old money. They don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright. Shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times change. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying for pennies on a dollar, as it were. Get me a peel from that line. As shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. At the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money? A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neobility. If we're willing to write if you're writing a think piece. Yeah, that came up before. Slang term for the nuevo riche, new money, families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the ways said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of the world tried to reprivatize the industries that they had taken over with that, oh my god, when the governments of the world tried to reprivatize the industries they had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Icaria. And that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Icaria cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in a country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake. Put the top on tight, then shake. So they are a crime family, like the mob. This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. Asakari is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper. But not in practice. Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. That's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah. So what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Stupid. Most important ingredient. Blood. A drop of grenadine. Ooh. It's so visually bold. I like that they keep doing new things like this. The Lady Maria. It's beautiful. This is nothing. We use the frosted glass if this... we'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishes confuse you. All that glitters is cold. "4:03 p.m., August 14th. Water's important, so I don't lose my voice. It's a quiet and uneventful drive back in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them. Not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's pulled a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they don't really have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they placed their attention on me. And there's little more I hate. There's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? then we've got no chance of... Maybe his other meetings went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet. I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, the three of us, I am the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, as long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. Go fish. If I weren't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging above my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. Those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't imagine it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Admire? The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. Ooh, I love that! It might even be appealing, if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Hey, another. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS Proposition City had a next month's convention. Next month the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposedly lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record-high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. What the fuck? But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough, said Demico, head of press relation Arthur Gao. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures, sure. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with their hands tied behind their back? After they have a record-high monthly budget? What? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics, so torture. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare leave their mother's basements when we get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. So council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of a 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increased economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring, but some, who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when a nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertiser-free thanks to contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGilly of the McGilly Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you. Please sign in to read the rest. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on. Next month, the city will pay host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, when Senator Mouthing is expecting to face significant opposition from party outliers. City council are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. That's the big thing here. City officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record-high monthly budget for police department, so why would they not be staffing the convention? Private security services including White Adder, Fang, and Demico has released a press statement urging its city council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards, so they're ineffective. They're ineffective and they're expensive. Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics, and any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare leave their mother's basements once we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined a comment. The national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters ahead of the 2-week-long process. It's an advertisement for the mercenaries. Nothing about this is about the actual political candidate. It's a farce. It's an ad campaign for these private security services. What was the specific question? The city's hosting a convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on. Yeah. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget. Makes a little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. Now the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though. Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mouthings will be the candidate that was decided years ago. Yeah, like there's no point in this convention to actually support the political candidate. They've known about it for 2 years. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he's likely giving out. He feels like giving out. This country is already a circus without any bread. You'd think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that article? Yeah, what was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing. Even more pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Yeah, so why are cops dying in the lower wards? Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm out of ideas. Everything except... Maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. What are you... Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternative entrance on the other side of the water. Stop glaring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? Icaria Tower, residential floors. Grand Hall. Ooh, lavish. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance. Costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? Not even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all. She's the one. Doesn't look like much. Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks suddenly turn into a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still, the young master returns. You're late. Hold on, wait? Young master, sir, we... Everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. The traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child? Silence. Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. What time is it now? Permission to check my phone? It is 4:09. You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. You're kinda cool. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost of your tardiness has incurred. In the lead up to my execution as some kid reading from Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir. When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman. You're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this to be over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? Damn, you're short. You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense. Mr. How should I address you? As all outsiders do. By my name. Makoto of House Icaria. Interesting. February 27th. 146. You're small. Wait, such impudence. Occupation, heir present, unemployed student. Likes biographies, shogi, amber. Dislikes tardiness, tarnish, grip assignments. Favorite figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Favorite phrase, Vae Victis, literally, woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building, painting models. Oh, you're stupid. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea of what I'm doing here. Your Honor, he's an idiot. Aww. He is. Oh. I'll have them kneel on my bed of on a bed of nails later. Or some such thing. Miss Defense. Oh, you can't do this. Mrs. The house is in need of your legal services. Oh. Why? Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. Right then. So you want to hire me? Oh, she was... she was set and ready. One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but... Did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in a phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You're so stupid. You'll have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Sakaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it. They're just all preoccupied. Preoccupied means busy. You're the worst kind of stupid. Thanks. You're the kind of stupid that thinks they're really smart. You're insufferable. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Miss Defense? You're recommended. What does it matter how it came about? What do you mean she was recommended? Normally it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. Slap that verb. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Meaning all of this starting back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores. You say, below a hexagon sky. That's what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. My family's reputation is power, not class. I take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. Ooh. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines, I read on the drive over. The nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly, depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Other things you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Are expecting me to ask you what you think. What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. The Ikaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for the IFG itself, we are always happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited to your class. Not interested in sponsored search results? Save further with a premium account. Hate it. So they're on the books. Ikaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as monster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone. But such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprise. Aurea is a holding company. Makes me wonder. Was that one of the ones? No, they're not invested in this. And yes, we did fund the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renogen? They're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you have no relation to the Renogen presently. The company went public years ago, and Aurea divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board, as a formality. That's the extent of it. Given. A family like this only tanks. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word, if he's downplaying their pull within Renogen. Renogen is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution, a company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research in combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives. And we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home, improve patients' lives and our communities, minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures. That means nothing. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics, sure. Deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metformin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subject to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. That's everything that you can find on the surface. So there are pharmaceutical meg that want their medicine in almost literally every house. And the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary, talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Miss Defense. Mrs. Defense. But you will be working for me. So, you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting. And if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Regen. Managen has no relation to anything that happens in a city. But I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into a boardroom politics again anytime soon. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I'm only the second son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarchs of this family, and chairman of the house. I'd gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and birthright. So, if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men, women, and their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. In your age? What a boorish question. I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things. But I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I'm younger than some doesn't mean I'm any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, ma'am? Sir, no, sir. You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize that no one stays useless to House Ikaria for very long. One way or another. I'll admit, I was a little taken back to step off of an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The garden, yes. So, yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutia in front of me at the moment. So you don't even know how it works. That's okay. Of course it is. Align does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so bad, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I do appreciate the really warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need a peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating to its guests. Of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this. No allergy you allude to. You're so stupid. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to additional security, it can't be helped. Circumstances being what they are. Circumstances. And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. The next head? He's a prodigy. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that, in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply that you're stingy with your own graciousness. That's not how that works. I want the soldier from CO2 to rush in and scream, unless it's a farm. That's not how that quote works. Got it. Yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. That theory that I had from episode 0. They delayed it. They pushed it off for episode 1 because episode 1 was important for different things. But now it is finally coming through. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. That's so good. Un instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in this city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent for a crime I framed him for. She set it up entirely herself. She committed a crime, framed him, but now she's in charge of getting him off that case. Right then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I got the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory. But it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured. I can attest that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. Rich. But I don't believe in senseless violence. Rich coming from you. Insanely rich. I don't need a reason. I don't need it to be a hobby. I do it because I want to. Is that not senseless violence? People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. And a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are. Don't worry. They try- oh. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. Where were the other 2 bodies? We missed it 3. Who were the other 2? Five? Did you say 5? Yes, 5. It's absurd. I'm gonna take credit for 4 bodies. Yes, 4. 1 shot, dead of center. Other 1 shot, dead of center, raised too fast. Other 1, knife in neck. Other 1, katana in neck, then bashed skull. Where's the last body? Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A cop got killed? A dead cop? Is that what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No. They made that ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. Fuck. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be violent, impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that. I haven't actually accepted a job yet, Makoto. But you will. If no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes. Your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 Blue Bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, 1 hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. A true progeny. But he might be right. Maybe I never was. I chose to put that gun into Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing my checks. You should have enunciated. Ad break. Give me a sec. The introduction now of Dead Cop, and this makes this so much more complex. That's nasty. But like, god damn it. Cause like, they're claiming it happened while he was resisting arrest. If they only saw the body after, or like, was it while he was running? But if he was running, then why? We're gonna need his story. God damn it. The 4 bodies I'm fine with. The 4 bodies being my fault, or being Morgan's fault, that I'm fine with, that I expected. The... God damn it. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What do you think was going to happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you, if you got a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station. Address I'm about to send. Mm-hmm. I've got work for her to do. There'll be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honey bot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said layup. Fucker. I'll still basket that shit though. I don't give a... Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working in case for Karya, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Would you be happy to brag about to me? Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. And so you're like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible. You? I hate her. I hate her. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. She really is Gen Alpha. Her being Gen Alpha while also being the oldest character in the cast is insane work. I love it. Also welcome Enyo. It was a very basic non sequitur, auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? Not just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear dryers running around, telling tales. Whatever port they pinned multiple homicides on, it's obvious not on anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Bullshit. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as is. Stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion, conspiracy charges. She also taxes like Gen Alpha. God damn it. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is, you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you've uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen. Actors. Singers. Celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby. I hate that I love her. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for the motherfucker. What? All I'm saying, there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and the famous, and the rich and the infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms, negotiating appearance fees. I'm taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. God damn it. Anyway, thanks as always for the Sage Council. Hey, if you're feeling really grateful, do me a solid and call your aunts. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. And if you're bored enough to talk to me, they're the ones who are busy. Interesting. Hate her. Wait, it depends on the time of day. Occupation. Lawyer to the rich and famous. Semi-retired. Likes waterfalls, manicures. Macadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Drink. Cosmopolitan or a double. Collects. Favors. Friends in high places. Luck. Has the star in the first pull. I hate that I like her. I hate that I like her. I'm stealing great looking Gatsby ass. That is too funny. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet the next time I saw this man alive. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. Like... God damn it. But I definitely wouldn't have bet the next time I saw this man alive. He'd actually look worse. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry. Is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. Blink, motherfucker. That's a very dated word. We'd really prefer if I call you Norca. I'd prefer if you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. That they broke me and that I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the House of Icaria doesn't heal. But the Hound of Icaria doesn't heal. Cool. Aww. Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke, of House Icaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs, or 10 bar. Well, it is only part-time. Oh, right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Icaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. My what? Are you asking me about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD, MPM... I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start their path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with a background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you too. They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low I'd slate a house's name by dragging a civilian into. Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him. How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoke on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already into it. I'm already in it, Sasuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? I'm more interested in this immediately. Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crone Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m. He wasn't in school. I'll ask you to refrain from mocking a young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But I've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. You just lost the coin flip when you decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floor 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Columns were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh, that sounds like fun. House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you think. I think he'll get over it. So, you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's where things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarp doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 cm. His weight, I'd say 100 kilograms, with the mods. How accurate is he? Pretty close. Miller is 177 to 69. Nice. Then was maybe 175 cm, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so it couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilos. He's really accurate. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first. Jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks, or used to compensate him for kickback of jailbroken zippers. Might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. then lines up the shot properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me, just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought. All they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click at 8 o'clock. Turn my neck. I feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A devilish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze. Squeeze. He's talking about his mods. That's how I always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. A key to Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Interesting. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. Makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself, taking 3 or more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pulling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Okay, so that's how we got caught. So far all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name Okaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. That sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Okaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I'm what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be a service to the house by protecting their heir with my life. From the time you were able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards. All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in a family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. But meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction. A very interesting cut to Morgan for that line. And after Auntie talked about calling her rents, no less. It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. And again, it's something that you get clued in because of episode 1. Like, you can tell something's actually going on with Morgan whenever her eyes actually go completely black. So something about this dialogue is like actually sticking out to her. Or at least hitting her. So, if you're standing before a judge and they ask you your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Akaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say, "My name is Sosuke Akaria, and I work as a head of personal security for the Akaria Financial Group." August 23rd, 192 cm, 97 kilograms, blood type AB negative. Head of personal security, Akaria Group. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, insects. Favorite author, Alexandre Dumas. Coffee, Cafe Americano. Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked. No, that's real. That's real though. What does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard. and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time. Yeah, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. She has a head tilt. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper mannerisms as being sarcastic. I'm glad we've all broken the ice. Alright, Sosuke. So regarding Makoto, these men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. You're outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? I didn't see it coming. You're saying this had happened before. Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped the force. I knew their tactics and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet I still failed. Sosuke, that is not incorrect. I don't know. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm. No, no one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality. It makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh. I had my sword. So lame. That's the sword you used, you idiot. So cool. You walk around town with what? A samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana? Is it? Yes. Listen, like, it's a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I'm acting as representative of it. Yeah, like, no, there's a reason. There's a reason that that's used. Is it ceremonial then? No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. That's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandled everything else they touched. So now I'm curious. Because I don't know if he's talking about that purely from the way that the police are handling it. Or if he knows that there was a sword in somebody's neck that might have been his. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead. Guys had a great house where we carried mech suits to signify they were acting as rep for the house. You can't carry a giant mech suit with you. Also, for some reason it made me think, you haven't played Armored Core 6, like, at all, have you? Because I was gonna say, like, the closest to that would be, like, an insignia based off of the company you're working for. Played a little. That's about the closest that I could probably surmise. Or like specific company brands, like from Gundam. Depending. And took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? Sarah, 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 my sweet child. I understand what she means, and it's the worst way to frame it. As a hostage, she means... I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all. Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. There's a few. I was bound, my wrists bound above my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it's his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case. How did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions. Mostly, it was late. Another voice grunted when he hit me, heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard they were all talking to someone else. A new voice. Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dad who was there that night. Who was there last night. Did you make out any part of the conversation? No, not a word. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then, a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I came to, I had something in my hands. Something sharp. Huh? I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the binds, rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. Before I cut them loose, then took the gag out, the blindfold was so tight, I cut it rather than try and... The damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could just lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. How did you get something sharp? Who gave you something sharp? A gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Check the safety, the chamber reflexively. It only saw 2 spent slugs. Could only carry 2. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance. Some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. Because he did cut himself free. But if he made it through... Everything is making sense. Where is the cop in this? Where is the dead cop in this? No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Emitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured. But then you woke up armed and were able to escape. The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It had been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They gave me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you were in. You say you were in? Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking. I can say the 2 spent cases, because he mentioned the spent cases, and that's fine. Because yeah, he has the knife, but... This is dangerous. Because I have to think about this from the perspective of what he told me, and not from what I know. Because there were 4 bodies, one had a knife wound, the other one had a sword in their neck and their head bashed open with a bat. But as he said, he was handed an unloaded gun. In the brief I read, 2 of the pods were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you could fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So, if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, wouldn't that clear Sosuke's name for the 2 of the murders? There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. The gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it would leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about the second possibility then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And even just reason that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think that you're still guilty? That you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly. My lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Fuck. She got so excited thinking that she found another of her ilk. Okay. I've taken lives, many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She is good at following orders. It could take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? He didn't know this entire time. Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I am tired. I thought those were highlights or something. I mean, she does have orange highlights, but that's kind of just like floating above her head, my guy. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before, so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they said I killed. How did he die? They haven't even told you? Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. So, the course of events would be, from their perspective, from completely non-Morgan perspective, based off of where the bodies are. No, good. Wouldn't even make sense. Well, they don't know that he came out the door. All he knows is that he had a gun when he woke up and he had a knife. Stab to the neck, possible. Pull it out, blood gushing. Sword in one guy's neck. Took the other one's gun, shot them in the chest, shot the other one in the chest, watched him bleed out. They'd be able to tell that, they'd be able to tell that the ending all would have been bleeding out. Their death wasn't instantaneous. The other ones weren't as lucky. Well, barring the cute one. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? No, right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking. Save the lecture, gray hair. Gray? Yes, like, this streak? Come on. My hair isn't... It's gray. Maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I never liked you, Morgan. Aw, you're breaking my... I hadn't noticed. You didn't want to... She didn't want to say heartbreak. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's association might be, it's a cop killer. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important. Now don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now. I have not. I finally can. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, but from various sources across the interior, front of the body. Numerous bones in the left hand broken as if from impacting on a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Jesus. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the interior, front side of the body. Others bled across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found in the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. Jesus. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to interior, front, right side of the head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained, it is not noted. He shouldn't have been able to shoot straight. He shouldn't have been able to shoot straight. Or at least, like, hardly. I mean, it's still possible, though. They could just say he got lucky with the first shot. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them have multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will you ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, tried to escape. And then he fell down the stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you've got a snowball's chance in hell proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. You'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tracks. The door-in-the-face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You've gotta be shitting me. That's blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage? He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. The 99 man or 99 man refers to a theoretical state in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalent as possible, thereby becomes someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still a human. Yeah. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by P.M. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, when middleweight track and field medalist Aid Saffron quoted the story as an inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 man as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the illicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit of transhumanism. Officially, the individual who had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analog is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who was suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for the experimental surgery offered by How Industries' Theseus Initiative. Ship Theseus, sure, whatever. How officially described the patient as currently living a normal and productive life. Though Theseus has never produced any consumer market product and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all replicable. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? Subtlety is for cowards. Honestly, at this point, yeah, no. Who cares about being subtle? Just throw it in people's faces so that they can know what it is. A lot of people need it. You can, considering that you do get your certificate of media literacy for like actually getting these right. No, I think being a little unsubtle for like a couple of these is fine. A medical ad. Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor. Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. You could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling order. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor's not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I'd give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. And she doesn't. Trust me, if I had the chance to swing at that son of a bitch... Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Whatever. Think what you want. Creep. Love her. Morgan's like very unique perspective Like, how do I put this? Despite how much she pretends to be a person and how much of her social face is entirely constructed by stuff that she's seen, that gives her a level of insight into people that a lot of other people can't have, or literally are unable to recognize. Like, she knows Reyes is completely harmless, or at least mostly harmless. And that comes from her perspective of, you wouldn't kill him. Because I know what it feels like to kill someone, and what it, like, that mentality and that mind space that she has to be in. Yes, quite literally, you're not like me. You hate him, but you don't see him as anything less than a human. But for Morgan, or for Heartbreak, no, she doesn't have any problem the second that she stops seeing you as human. Or even less than that. Well, as long as that's your only request, we should be able to. I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. You've gotta be... What, like tonight? What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this. Now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Whatever. Pick, then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use a lot of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can pop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner. It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London. It's in blue blood territory. Blue blood territory outskirts, really. They lost the whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband. Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. He's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb about right now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have an eye on us before we even get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Sell your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't get at least a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, Detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Oh, right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up for a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, Detective. You're a lifesaver. No, this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place. The idea of these two dorks spending time together is honestly really cute. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, Detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Is that where the... Gotta tell me you're 3 sizes now. I was right about to say, like, that's where the interview happens. That's cute. Okay. So, I'm gonna save here because I do have something that I have to do in a little under an hour. But I will come back later. I'll probably come back, I want to say... I'll say roughly 4 to 5 hours from now to finish the rest of the episode. Because I want to get this done. I got a little upset that I wasn't able to finish it before. But I want to finish it today because I want to basically wrap up as many... I want to wrap up like the last few games that I have for this year. And then move on to some of my other stuff. So I can start the new year essentially completely fresh, which means also finishing this. Which will also make Of the Devil the last game I beat for the year. Which is a very fun idea. So yeah, let's see. Perfect. I see Mushi is right about to start streaming Monster Hunter Wilds, so I can raid right into her. Works perfectly. But yeah. I want to keep going with this. This is so... The introduction... Beefy stream. It's not even...
Cute, aren't you?
Thank you. And also, thank you for stopping by, Enya. I will be back in roughly 4 to 5 hours, so I can try and finish this tonight. That way I'm completely open to do Unbeatable for New Year's. So yeah. Let me start the raid into Mushi. But yeah. You can... Oh my god, why am I doing this? Okay. Yeah, you can join the Discord. I'll make sure to send out a ping before I go live. I'm like trying to remember like everything I'm supposed to say. I'll send a ping before I go live, so I can finish this later tonight. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning and your night, no matter when you're watching this. Unfortunately, the atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in very good witchy hands. Yes, the event, yeah. I have been doing more events. I'm trying to also plan for something to do on Sunday. Sunday might be good for a game night. Like, first thing to start off the year. That might be good. So yeah, Princess, you're not gonna embarrass me nearly as embarrassed as you were when, like, I caught you at the end of your last stream. Not last stream, but the stream before that. Yeah, no, caught red-handed. Either way, here's Zimushi.